into our first match of the day. This is going to be against North Georgia. They won their first matchup in the winners round against Old Dominion Monarchs. My game audio is extremely loud. I'm gonna have to adjust that. But now we are now we are in the quarterfinals. We had a bye for the first round, so we're actually moving into that right now. So I'm gonna share this. Here we go. All right, so we are in champ select here. My audio is really loud. Give me just a second. Sorry about this. Volume mixer. Goodness gracious. Let's see. All right. Good grief. All right. So we went through Pro Draft Tools, so you're going to see Champ Select go very, very quickly here. So that is normal. All right, so bands coming out. Spring Hill is going to be red side for game one, and we banned Hecarim, Anivia, and Morgana. I could give you insight into why they banned that, but I'm not going to do that. Just simply from a strategy perspective. But those were the bans there, and then you're going to see this is not the pick order that happened. I can go and relay that to you once we get past this champ select phase. But you're already starting to see the picks coming through for red side. That's a Kennen, Mundo, and a Lucian. And then blue side, we have a Fiora, Set, and Vladimir. These bans were in the correct order. So you see blue side really targeting the jungle there with the Ivern and Kindred bans. And then with the Galio, which, that kind of semi-global ult to be able to jump into a fight and really turn a fight and get an instant numbers advantage. Very, very beneficial. So North Georgia really taking that out of the hands of the Spring Hill support, who tends to play Galio. Mid laner can also play Galio as well. But as we round this out here, we want to make sure that double check your summoner spells, double check your runes. Sorry about that. Had to handle some some business there. So here we go. The match is good. We're going to actually be on a spectator delay here. The match, the stream is going to be on an additional 2-minute delay. So they're actually going to be 5 minutes ahead of real time. Those are, I don't believe the additional 2 minutes is a rule as far as the tournament coordination, but it is something that they do in Play Versus, and which is the league that I'm most familiar with. So we're going to add that in there just in case. So here we go. We're about to load into that spectator delay. And then we'll discuss a little bit as that. Here we go. Spectator delay is going. All right. So now we can talk a little bit more about what happened here in this. So what ended up happening as far as champ select is we did see coming out first from the blue side was the Ash pick, which was a really good pick for North Georgia because they took our main AD carry away from the Spring Hill side, which Ash, obviously they did their work and their scouting, and they saw a lot of Ash games on the Spring Hill AD carry side. Now, that's also good on the North Georgia side because it gives them a reliable form of engage. They do not have a lot of hard engage minus some sort of set flank that they would come in and knock that out. So the Ash pick really strong there for North Georgia, and then we followed that up on our side, or on the Spring Hill side rather, with the Kennen and the Thresh. With the Kennen and the Thresh, we wanted to go ahead and get that comfort in the top lane, and then with the Thresh, want to go ahead and grab that so that our opponents, so the blue side didn't pick it, and then North Georgia followed that up with the Vladimir, which was expected. and then Spring Hill followed up with the Caitlyn. So that rounded out the first pick phase. Then we went into bans. You can see what those are. Targeting jungle for Spring Hill because they had yet to pick a jungle on their side. And then for blue side, they targeted mid lane more with the Orianna and the Twisted Fate bans. So with that, then we moved into second pick phase, and that's where Spring Hill rounded out their team with the Mundo first, and then over on the North Georgia side, they finished up with the Set and the Fiora, and then Spring Hill rounded out their comp with the Lucian mid. So that is it. So we're moving into right at 50 seconds left of the spectator delay. So both comps seem to be fairly balanced here as far as damage diversity. We have AD and AP on both sides. Really, the only AP threat on North Georgia's side is going to be that Vladimir, and then over on Spring Hill we have the Kennen and the Mundo dealing out some AP damage, but not really a tank on North Georgia side. Set is going to build tanky, but he's not going to have as much of income in that as he would in a solo lane to really snowball that tank income. So we'll see how that plays out. But obviously, we have two different styles of comps being played here, with the North Georgia side looking potentially more for a split push with the Vladimir and the Fiora, and then whereas Spring Hill is really kind of all inning that kind of a team fight, and then maybe snowballing mid. Lucian's going to go probably pretty aggressive. So we'll see how all of that plays out. All right, we are getting into game now. So we should have our loading screen here. Hopefully. All right, perfect. Let's get everything set for you. All right. All right, we are in game, ready to go. Let's change this for a second. There we go. All right. Let's get rid of this webcam. You don't want to see me.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
So North Georgia here may be expecting some sort of delayed invade here from Spring Hill. You see them 5 stacking here near their red buff. Our auto-directed camera. Just kind of focusing there, seeing what happens. Spring Hill just kind of set up that little 5-point defense there, just watching the ramps into their jungle, making sure nothing crazy happens. Mundo's going to have an interesting start here for the jungle, so you're not going to have a lot of jungle presence in lanes you wouldn't expect from a Mundo. Mundo doesn't have any hard CC, so that's going to be reliant upon the Thresh providing that. Mundo's not going to have an easy time ganking mid the Vladimir. There's nothing to lock the Vladimir down, and then if Vladimir is holding his pool, then he can just pull it. So that's kind of what we're looking at as far as how that's going to work out. So it'd be interesting to see where that goes from here. So seeing each jungler, both junglers starting on their own red sides. Lucian already abusing those press the attack runes, or keystone rather. Getting some favorable trades there onto the Vladimir. Kennen also doing a good job of abusing his range into that Fiora matchup. Fiora should not be able to farm for free into that Kennen. Anytime Fiora goes up to auto attack, Kennen should be able to get in an auto attack for free, possibly even a Q. Good trading by the Kennen. Great trading by the Kennen. doing what he's supposed to be doing, which is good. We do see a CS advantage though in that top lane for the Fiora. All other lanes pretty much even right now. We'll see if Kenny can bring that. There are a lot of minions in this wave that's building up. So see how well the Kenny can farm under tower here. Set did have come in on that top side, just got a back in while Mundo's continuing to clear. Mundo is at a farm advantage right now and already got his back in. Fiora taking a tower shot. We'll see if that comes back to Honor here, if Kennen can take advantage of that with the health advantage. The wave frozen right outside of tower range there for Kennen, which is really good. Mundo now coming in for a gank. We're going to see how this turns out. Again, the legendary Mundo gank. Great flay from Thresh. The hook goes a little short because of the flash from Ashe, but it looks like Ashe is going to go down. That first blood's going to go to Mundo. Set is here for the reply, but he's not going to get much out of that. Great first action there from Spring Hill, pulling off the gank. You know, that's, as I mentioned earlier, Mundo doesn't have the CC, as a lot of junglers will have, and so he's relying on his laners to be able to provide that for him. So it's a great play to help Mundo close the distance. You know, Mundo doesn't have gap closers either, so in addition to not having that CC, he also doesn't have the gap closer, so it does make it difficult. So Kennen holding his own up here, which is really well, only down 3 CS. He was able to get a collect a lot of the CS under the tower there. Things pretty much even in the mid lane, but Mundo is pulling ahead of the set in the jungle, and Caitlyn does have a 5 CS lead as well as that assist in the bot lane. So right now things leaning in favor of Spring Hill at the moment. Kennen stacking this big wave up. Set is here. So great E from the Kennen. A flash from Set, and Kennen's out of there. Unfortunately had to burn flash too, but you'll take that trade of flashes over dying and giving a kill over any day. So Lucian now doing what Lucian does, bullying that lane. And then we have a great rotation here from Spring Hill. They're actually moving down over to Drake. That's a great response for them because Set showed topside. Set showed in that top side of the map, try to gank the Kennen, and that instantly means he's not on the other side. He cannot contest Drake. It's not going to be a smite fight. So Mundo can instantly just call his laners over. They get priority. You saw Lucian burn mana, try to clear that wave, shove Vladimir in, and then come down. So great job right now from the Badgers. We do see a CS lead kind of ballooning in the top lane there for Fiora. So as you look at the gold in the top, there's only a 300 gold lead right now for Spring Hill, even though Spring Hill has the kill and has the Drake. The issue is that CS lead in the top. So Fiora really helping to balance out this right now. But so the gold isn't actually really accurate now because we don't see the effective gold, or at least the gold value coming from that Infernal Drake that they already collected. So that does not show in the gold, other than the gold that they collected. The stats that they're getting from that does not calculate into that gold. So Kennen now chunked to below half health. He does have his ult ready though, to see if Fiora's going to dive here. Fiora can use her W to block the stun on that, so we'll see how well that gets played out. Mundo now doing a little bit of an invade here. He is not able to get the red buff, has to burn flash to get away because the Lulu roamed up, but this does give the Badgers some free time to try to get a plate here in the bot side. It doesn't look like they were able to collect that first plate. Lucian burning his ult to try to push this wave. Lucian desperately looking for a back here, all the way up to 65 CS right now at just shy of 7.5 minutes. So great CSing there in the mid, but Vladimir's keeping up with him very well. So Spring Hill probably looking to get some grievous wounds this game with Executioners. Executioners would be really great on the Lucian, which he actually just bought. So you see that there? That's awesome. So a Vamp Scepter, so he can match the sustain of Vladimir, but he also gets the Executioners, so that he's cutting some of that Vladimir healing. So great job there. So ever since that gank in the bot lane, things have been fairly quiet. Just a lot of movement around the map. Very decisive play there from Spring Hill. Just kind of trying to out macro and answer North Georgia on the opposite side of the map. So it looks really good. TP coming in from Vladimir, so that's a big summoner spell down. So our side laners can feel comfortable that we're not going to have some sort of TP flank or a TP gank from the Vladimir. So hopefully they're keeping up on those timers. Lucian stuck here between Vladimir and Set. He's just able to dash out of that. So look for Lucian to maybe trade a little more aggressively here now that he's got the Executioners, because Vladimir's not going to be able to sustain that health back up as easily as he was before. Mundo now going in on the Set. Here comes the Kennen ult. Great double stun. But Vladimir does beat Lucian up here. Mundo gets the kill first. Onto the Fiora. Fiora goes down. Vladimir is here. Set has also died. Lucian is here though, trying to clean this up. He is going to dash away to safety. Is at a health disadvantage right now, but Lucian was able to pick up the kill, and Mundo got his second as well. So Mundo actually generating a pretty substantial lead over the Set here. Mundo sitting at 2-1-1 now, with the Set at 0-1-1. I don't have an overlay for this game. I didn't have time to build all that. I apologize. But Spring Hill, if you're just joining us, Spring Hill is red side for this match. North Georgia is blue side. So Spring Hill now with that double kill there in the upper river, now nearly a 1,000 gold lead, with Mountain Drake spawning in about 45 seconds. So that means that this map isn't going to change after that second Drake. We're turning into, it's going to be an Ocean Drake or a Cloud Drake. So we'll see what kind of soul emerges in this matchup. Spring Hill doing a great job of laying down vision early. You can see in your mini map in the bottom right hand corner, already got a control ward in the river and a control ward in the Dragon Pit. So they are ready to spot Set making a move for this Drake. Spring Hill though, Lucian's in a tough spot. He needs to be able to lifesteal some of that health back up so that he can be ready to rotate down and assist with this dragon, because right now Vladimir is out sustaining him. So if a fight were to break out, Lucian already is coming in with a disadvantage. So Mundo showing mid. Thresh on the roam up, which is great. It's really hard to gank a Vladimir though. Vladimir can just pull away, but while that's happening, we also have a gank in the top lane from Set. Set is able to land the Haymaker. Kennen unfortunately flashes into the Haymaker, so I'm curious to know how that would have worked out. They are dropping the Rift here, so they're looking to go ahead and pressure this, but by them pushing all of this in the top, that does mean free Drake again for Spring Hill. So North Georgia kind of handshaking this, saying, fine, we'll give you 2 dragons in a row. We'll take top tower. So you get first tower gold here. And you see in the gold at the top, that does give them a little over a 1,000 gold lead there in the top lane. Now, again, that doesn't take into account the stats and the value of the stats that Spring Hill is getting from these Drakes. So we are opening up, looks like it's going to be an Ocean Drake, an Ocean Soul, which you definitely don't want to give to a Vladimir and a Fiora. So Spring Hill looking, I would assume, to not give any Ocean Drakes over to North Georgia. Vladimir already is obnoxious with the healing. We don't need to give him any more. Caitlyn doing really well in this matchup here in the bot lane, sporting a 20 CS lead over this. And Caitlyn even had some solo time in the lane while Thresh was roaming mid. So not only is she have that 24 CS lead right now, it's about to even out a little bit more, but it's obviously not enough means there to bring the Ashe completely back into the game. But Thresh roaming up now, leaving Caitlyn on her own. Caitlyn's feeling safe down here in the bot lane. It is an Ashe Lulu lane. So Caitlyn just does have to watch for that Ashe ultimate. Kennen getting the stun. Should be able to get out of this. Not giving Fiora that vital proc. Don't go. All right. So Kennen just trying to stop the bleeding here. We do see the Fiora ramping up. Fiora did go Cull. Fiora realizing that she does have that farming advantage. I think Spring Hill looks like to be playing the objective game here. The good news here for the Kennen, even though the Fiora did get first tower, is Fiora has a much longer lane that she's going to have to work with in order to get the next tower. Now Fiora could commit to that split push, but it exposes her much more to those ganks from Mundo, exposes her more to the roams from Lucian up to the top lane. So it comes at a cost. She did get that first tower. It does, line the pockets of North Georgia a little bit more than what was there, but she's going to have to overextend in order to get that next tower. So that could work in Spring Hill's favor. So looks like they're going to rotate. They're rotating Fiora now to the bot lane to try to split and get this bot tower now, leaving Vladimir up in the top and then moving Ashe Lulu into the mid lane. So Spring Hill probably looking to get a reset in here soon so that they can make the appropriate swaps here. Good block on the hook from Fiora here. So Caitlyn doing her best. Thresh was able to get that Demolish proc off. So they are harassing the Fiora. Doing well. It's a 2v1 lane, so they're definitely asserting their dominance there. Well, Fiora played it as best as she could, really. Blocking that hook, but as long as Spring Hill can hold right here, they should be able to get this free tier 1 in the bot tower, in the bot lane, and then rotate up. Great job there. North Georgia's actually around a rift. Now, I believe Spring Hill should know this. They saw Set kind of dip into the fog of war, going top. Spring Hill definitely needs somebody in the bot lane. They don't need to just give this away over to the Fiora. Somebody needs to rotate down there. Looks like Mundo's going to start heading that way. But you don't want Mundo showing in a lane like that, unfortunately. Thresh getting the hook on the Lulu. Caitlyn is stuck in the middle of about 3 different North Georgia players. Looks like she does make it out as Mundo and Fiora are trading. I would expect Mundo's next item to be a Bramble Vest. And North Georgia using that next Rift Herald to go ahead and open up the map a little bit more. That's 2 towers for them. So they are sporting again that 1,500 gold lead. Mundo being pinched off here. Looks like the Lulu is collapsing. He does have flash, going to flash the walls out to safety. But that does open up Drake now for North Georgia. So Spring Hill kind of being pulled around the map right here with that Kennen getting so far behind. It makes rotating around the map a little more difficult trying to answer that Fiora, but they actually did not commit to the Drake. So Spring Hill can keep these lanes pushed out. There's a TP coming in from Kennen, trying to salvage this tower. Great stun. Great damage for the Kennen, but he needs to be careful here. There's the Fiora ult. She's not able to get all the vital procs here. Mundo is here for the Cloud, so again, you don't want to give this over to a Vladimir, but it may be one you have to give up. The Set dunk coming out on the Mundo, which is a great target to use it for. Set goes golden, does not die. Looks like we're having a triple kill here for North Georgia, and that is a 3 for nothing. Now with nearly a 3,000 gold lead. So the danger in picking the Mundo here is the Set being able to just RKO him into the back line, just directly onto the Caitlyn and the Thresh. Thresh did die with Flash up. Maybe something to consider for the positioning on that next fight, and knowing that Set is going to be looking to slam that Mundo back. Mundo did complete his Bramble Vest. So looking to stop a lot of the healing that's going to be coming from the Fiora, but you know that only works on auto attacks. Vladimir's not going to be doing a lot of auto attacks, mostly ability based. So we are going to rely on the executioners in Lucian's inventory to slow down some of that healing coming from the Vladimir. A lot of missing pings coming down from North Georgia, trying to keep an eye on all the Spring Hill players. Great hook. Okay, good flash. If you're able to get that demolish proc down, see if Kennan's able to get away here. He needs to hug the wall. We'll see if the Vitals do time out, which is good for Kennan, but great job. Wait, all right, don't go back in. Great job on Kennan playing that very well. Now Fiora has no ult, but she's also, if she autos the Mundo, you got that Bramble Vest there. So shut down there onto the Fiora, and we'll see what's happening on the other side of the map. Once you get a kill on one side, you want to make sure that your opponent's not answering on the other. So Lucian abusing the Vladimir here, dodging the E, and there's the pull. If another dash comes in for Lucian, Set in the wings, waiting. So Vladimir's shoved out of the way there, just barely surviving from that Lucian. So well played by the Lucian there, but North Georgia still sitting at about 3,000 gold lead. So we're looking now where it looks like Spring Hill being a little more reactive, not so proactive here. Need to make some sort of play here. Take advantage of where they're strong on the map right now. Caitlyn is ahead of the Ashe. Lucian's farming very well. We need to get Lucian in a fight instead of keeping Lucian just to answer the Vladimir. It's almost like we're just trying to stop the bleeding, if you will, you know, trying to keep them from getting our tower versus actively seeking a play to make. Mundo is sitting at level 12. He is a level over the Thresh. Lucian goes a little aggressive, gets the Vladimir ult out. It's not going to do much damage. Still about, now the lead up to about 3,500. Baron is alive on the map. Dragon's going to be up in about 35 seconds. It's that second Ocean Drake, which Georgia definitely wants, and as well as Spring Hill just to keep them from having it. Ocean Soul, very strong in the meta. Now Fiora just cleaning out the jungle as well of the Mundo. Mundo's been farming quite a bit. Nearly 40 CS over the Set, and now the Vladimir's out farming the Lucian, just constantly shoving that wave in. So we need to get the Lucian to fight. So Lucian now leaving top lane to try to save that mid-tier 2. Wonder if they're conceding and giving up maybe this top tower in order to get the Drake. And Vladimir does have TP, so he can join in on this fight. Lucian's sitting on Ignite, So Lucian does have the kill pressure, but he's not going to be able to join in if... Yeah, there comes the Vladimir TP. There's the body slam back. He gets a 4-man face breaker from the set. That was massive. Now Lucian walking down, but there's really nothing for Lucian to do coming down. Probably would have been better to continue pushing that lane. They clean up mid now, but there's really nothing that he can do. He can't contest the Baron. So Mundo cleaning up bot side. Colin coming over the wall. That was actually really close. I don't think it should have been that close at all, but maybe somebody should have stepped closer to the wall to block the Lucian culling from coming through. But either way, North Georgia able to secure that as Thresh clearing out some wards here. So unfortunately, North Georgia did get both. Now they have double Ocean Drake. We still have a ways out before Soul. But we're just tending to waves right here versus being, having a plan here. Thresh just face tanking the Ash ult versus flashing it. Flash was available. You got to flash those. So now North Georgia instantly now has a numbers advantage on the map versus just having that Ash cooldown, because that Ash is their main engage. Instead of, if we don't have a flank coming in. Vladimir does not have TP, and Set can engage, but he engages directly into the back line. So Lucian, he's going to die here from the ult. Vladimir's gone unchecked for the entire game, 3-0 and 2. Although the Lucian is hanging with him early, they're just not shutting down the Vladimir, which is the problem. So Vladimir's going to scale very well into this, especially with Ocean Drakes. This Mundo, very tanky. Caitlyn here to support him, back him up. Fiora, even with Kennen in the lane, is just pushing that. We also have a split in the top for Vladimir. Nobody able to answer him. North Georgia just owning the Spring Hill jungle now. Fiora has been farming up a storm there. Spring Hill needs to really stop the bleeding here, get these waves pushed out. They don't have an inhib down yet, which is good. They still have their base intact. Once one of those inhibs cracks, though, you see Fiora continue on this split here in the side lane. And then we got 4-on-1 on this Vladimir. Good stopwatch there from the Kennen. I believe Vladimir ulted there. Alright, so I'm I'm going to mute here. I'm going to let this one play out for you.
bet you can't win.
All right, we already conducted champ select. Champ select was done over in pro draft, so we're just waiting on the spectator delay now. But you can see the team comps here. Spring Hill is on blue side this game. They secured the Ash with their very first pick. One of the problems that Spring Hill had with their first team comp in game number one was no form of reliable engage. The only engage really they had was with landing a thresh hook or having a like a Kennen flank or something like that. And the Kennen could not flank in order to start those fights because he was stuck trying to answer the Fiora. So saw a really big issue with that comp there. So now we're mixing it up a little bit. Spring Hill starting with the Ash pick on blue side in order to secure that reliable engage. And then we had the Kaiser Nautilus come out from North Georgia as their first two picks. And then Spring Hill followed it up with an Oriana and I believe the Braum, Oriana Braum. And then we went into second ban phase, which you can see those at the top of the screen. That would be the Set Fiora and then the Lucian Mundo. And then Spring Hill rounding out their comp with the Evelyn Malphite. So we have two. So Spring Hill has two solid, reliable forms of engage and starting fights with the Malphite ult or the Ash ult, and then maybe like a secondary engage there with the Braum. But the Braum Ash lane hopefully be okay. Nautilus Kai'Sa very strong, not as much in the meta anymore. I believe that Kai'Sa may have fallen off there. Ashe is pretty much always relevant. Kai'Sa not really able to start fights on her own reliably enough, as much as the Ashe can. But the Braum there able to throw the shield up and to help that Ashe out. So our Spectre delay is counting down. We're about 5 seconds left before we enter into the loading screen. And that should go fairly quickly here. Lot of AD threat on the North Georgia side, but I'm wondering if this Kai'Sa is not going to build a little bit of AP. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. So I'm going to swap over. There we go. Fast load. All right, here we go. Let's get this all set up. I know you're waiting here. We got to get all this set up. Sorry about the slow start there. All right. There we go. All right, we are in game. This is match number 2. This is a best of 3 series between Spring Hill and North Georgia. Let's see if we have any level 1 shenanigans here from either one. Nothing exciting really happened level 1 in game number 1. So we'll see if anything changes here. You do have a Nautilus in there. Nautilus is strong in invading with the hook and the CC that's tied to his passive, but it doesn't look like North Georgia's really interested in that. Just a standard kind of 5-point defense here. Everybody watching a ramp. I think typically you would see the Graves watching more, and maybe have somebody else walk up further into mid lane so you can try to spot somebody cutting in through the brush, but what do I know? I'm just a gold scrub. Like both junglers starting on their red side. So you have a change. We have the Evelyn here, so we'll see the Evelyn waiting until level 6 to get her stealth. So we'll see what possibly can happen there with this jungle matchup. Malphite here, face checking the brush. Darius waiting for him, getting some harass early. Malphite probably just gonna loop around safely. Darius is gonna look to bully him out in this lane, which is expected. I think Malphite's gonna be okay trying to build armor into this matchup. Malphite scaling with armor, so that works out for him. He still could bleed out though, but they definitely don't have in this matchup. North Georgia doesn't have that same split push threat like they had in game number 1. So interesting to see how they play this out. Good hook there from Nautilus. The stand behind me a little late there from the Braum. Did not give Ashe the defensive stats she needed to survive there. Heal and flash coming out of Kai'Sa, so great return trade there from Spring Hill, keeping all 4 of their bot lane summoner spells and taking 2 away from the enemy Kai'Sa. So they may be able to pressure that lack of escape there from the Kai'Sa here. Maybe just zone them off of the XP here. Maybe not looking necessarily to shove. Braum going really aggressive here. Needs to dash back out. That's Ignite used and Heal used from the Ashe, but Graves is in the area. So that was the problem with shoving that up there. So now Ashe is no summoner spells. Graves going to collect that. First blood over to North Georgia. However, interestingly enough, neither Kai'Sa nor Nautilus got the assist for that. That was all solo gold over to Graves. So a good start for the Graves. But really that bot lane, as far as the gold and everything, going to stay fairly neutral, minus the farm difference there. So no assist gold going either over to either laners. Series is at 0-1 right now. Spring Hill lost. We lost game 1, and so yeah, this is in game 2. Good flash there from the Malphite. So Malphite, bleeding out here, figuratively and literally, in this matchup, which I'm sure he's expecting here. Evelyn here in the top lane. You have the rare pre-level 6 Evelyn gank. Malphite wisely peeling back, and you can't dodge those Qs. Great gank there from the Evelyn. Again, you don't really see that very often. I know in all my solo queue games, Evelyn says play safe till 6. So a great gank there from her, picking up the kill there, and does share that with the Malphite. So that's going to relieve a little bit of pressure from him. So he's going to probably look to back here and start stocking up on some of that armor that he's going to need into this matchup with Darius. Looks like the lane is resetting there at the top. So it's going to meet there, right there in the middle. That's going to give Malphite a great opportunity to back. We'll see if he burns his TP. I would hope not. Should just be able to walk right back to lane. You does see he starts off with that that chain vest. CS in the bot lane, even though Ashe died early, you see the CS is really not that different. Ashe actually sporting a CS lead here. So North Georgia unable to really capitalize on getting that kill on the Ashe early because that gold did not even go to the Kai'Sa or the Nautilus. So, you know, for lack of a better way of explaining it, they pretty much, you know, it was just all on the grave. So everything as far as the duo laners are concerned went even. Then Nautilus and Kai'Sa basically just reset the wave instead of getting the push in. So let's see this tower still completely healthy. So we have a massive team fight comp here for Spring Hill with the Orianna and the Malphite. There's a huge wombo combo they can bring in. You know, pairing those ults together. Graves now on the Drake. Bot lane does have prio to be able to rotate up. See Zillion is here as well. The E from Evelyn there misses, and that's going to be a free Drake over from North Georgia with a 500 gold lead. Malphite's now level 6, so this is something maybe looking to use those ults. When those ults become available, when Ori and Malphite both have their ults ready, they need to be looking to use those. So see if Darius is going to freeze this up here. Just outside of tower range. Malphite not able to crash that wave in. The gank here in the bot lane from Evelyn. There's the level 6 Evelyn gank, sneaking into the lane. Great kill there. Look on top side there. Graves is up there. See if he's looking to answer now that Evelyn has shown bot. Graves content taking his Krugs. Malphite now trading with Darius inside the minion wave. Malphite does come out on top there. The bleed's not going to do a whole lot more than that. Now we see Graves rotating over. Malphite may need to burn ult just to get out here. And there it is. Watch the collateral damage, and it's not enough to kill the Malphite, but that does give them a lot of topside pressure here. So that should be a free Rift Herald now for North Georgia. Great hook coming in from the Nautilus. Braum stepping in the way, blocking a lot of the damage that would be coming from that Kai'Sa. Look at the collapse here. You see Orianna got, with the Zillion roaming around, Orianna's able to make the walk over from mid lane. Evelyn is under tower, executes the Nas with ult. Great stun there on the Kai'Sa from the Ashe. There was the Ashe arrow coming through. And Orianna able to pick up one of those assists, and the Spring Hill ADC up with a 150 gold shutdown bounty. Orianna sitting with TP, gonna walk back to mid lane, try to collect this huge wave that's gonna collapse. Cleaning up a lot of the CS. Orianna with the CS lead, even with the roam. Graves being caught out there in the enemy jungle. The Badger's able to chase him out before he took much more than a blue buff. So everything kind of balanced out here. We see the gold lead actually in favor of Spring Hill. 100 gold in the lead, actually. And a lot of that is due to the action around the map. Even though Darius sporting a CS lead up there, we still have that massive team fight presence for Malphite. Malphite may be behind, but eventually, you get later on in the game, he becomes an ult bot. So you may shut down the Malphite early, you may out-farm him. But when those team fights come around and he ults your backline, that's a free engage, especially if he has an Orianna ball attached to him. That could be Could spell GG. So just past the 10-minute mark now. First Drake was secured by North Georgia. It is a Cloud Drake. Darius misses his E. Ult there from the Ashe. Double ult, so we have ult there from the Braum. Evelyn is here. Graves is here as well, so this is turning into... It was a 3v2 to start with, but Graves is showing up late here. And a great turnaround there from Spring Hill. It started the fight and finished the fight. And that is a 3-for-0 for Spring Hill. Malphite fighting in the top lane. Darius looking to get something back. Knows his team really struggled down there in the bottom. Unfortunately, Malphite bled out. He played that really well, ulting Darius as soon as he took tower aggro. But Spring Hill looking to take first tower here in the bot side, and I believe they're going to get it. Nahles does get back in time. Braum needs to body block that hook. So Darius... Let's see, Darius likely... He's not going to get this first tower. Sorry, let me zoom out a little bit. Give you a better view. Spring Hill sporting a 1.5, nearly 1,000 gold lead here. Working around their cooldowns very, very well. I'm in the same lab with them, so I do hear the communication. They're calling out when those Ashe arrows are ready. So Spring Hill giving up the first 2 Drakes here. They actually lost the first 2 Drakes and both Rift Heralds, or the first Rift Herald rather. So, but they are winning these team fights, which is expected. So we're going to see how that plays out once we start getting into Drakes number 3 and 4. Expect Spring Hill to begin to force those and force North Georgia to come to them, forcing those 5v5s where we have that strength with the Malphite ult, and the Orianna ult. Another fight here in the bot side. Kai'Sa dead again. Another double kill for the Evelyn. This Evelyn getting really far ahead. 6-1-3 with a 500 gold bounty on her head. Malphite does go down in the top lane, so nearly a 70 CS lead for the Darius in the top lane. Darius is getting massive, but so is this Evelyn. So it's really going to come down to how these teams are able to translate those leads. So let's see if Spring Hill can get first tower of the game. They do. Darius is gonna be able to get this tower. Let's see if he commits to the split here. Let's see how North Georgia, translate opening up the top side of the map. So Spring Hill's still sitting at a 1,000 gold lead. Again, that does not bring into effect the extra stats they're getting from these 2 Drakes. It is going to be a Mountain Soul this game, which is huge, especially we have this Malphite and the Braum. So we have these 2 tanks. They would love to have a Mountain Soul, or at least get a few of these Mountain Drakes. So expect a big fight here in the next 3 minutes as that Drake is spawning. A 1,000 gold lead here for Spring Hill. Just everybody kind of posturing for position here. Some good warding there from North Georgia. So you see it right there. They did spot the Evelyn on that top side. They know that Evelyn is here in this area. Spring Hill still looking to sync these ultimates together. That fight's coming in. They can quickly collapse on this Graves. Ashe is here. Ashe does have ult. So this is a 4v4 here. A flash from the Braum. Not too sure about that. Takes the blast cone over into enemy territory, and that is a two-man pull from the Darius. The Zilean ult comes in just in time to resurrect him. We got the TP coming in here from the Orianna. It's going to be a little late. They weren't able to drag that fight out much longer. So Spring Hill still sporting a lead there, but did lose one. So it looks like this is going to be the second Rift Herald going the way of North Georgia. Barring a miracle here. Spring Hill still with the lead, but North Georgia can posture here, use the Rift Herald to really open up this map here. They drop it mid. That's an instant take on the mid-tier 1. Spring Hill still sitting at about 500 gold in the lead. We have the Drake spawning now. This is the Drake that they're looking to get. This is the Mountain Drake. All the rest of the Drakes in the game from here on out will be Mountains. Darius is not here, nor is Zilean. They both have TP. They can join in on this fight, but Spring Hill really wants to get this to kind of delay that soul point coming in from North Georgia. So they are full committing here to the Drake. There's no turn yet. They are able to secure the Drake. It looks like Evelyn's going to ult over the wall to survive. They are going to sacrifice the Braum. Looks like they're going to sacrifice the Ashe. And watch that Rift Herald drop. That's going to be should be an easy 2 towers here for North Georgia. They didn't even need the Rift Herald for the first one, so they're going to get the charge off on the second one, and this Rift Herald actually can push into the inhib tower as well. So now North Georgia's first lead of this match, going up about 2,000 gold. Great hit on the eye there from Spring Hill just to try to preserve a lot of the health of that inhib tower. Spring Hill waiting for their ults to come back online, and that should be the go button. Once those ults are up, force a fight. They have the way, they have the means to be able to force fights and get a pick on this Darius as he's splitting. They can get mid tower here as well to try to relieve some of this pressure. Not having that mid tier 1 down, doesn't give them much time to rotate. So they need to be able to get that mid tower to open up that portion of the map, to shove that mid wave. Gives them the opportunity to make these rotations, to collapse on that Darius as he's splitting. Zilean now in the sideline, really far ahead, without any wards in his jungle. We see the collapse here, a very early ult from the Zilean. They do a good job waiting, and a fail flash from the Zilean is going to result in a kill going over, unfortunately, to the Braum. But a great answer there from Spring Hill with no reply. No reply at all from North Georgia. The lanes were not in a position. We see Darius pushing, so it was a great collapse on the Spring Hill side. But now they have 4 in the bot lane. Darius in top by himself. Darius needs to be answered here. Spring Hill can collapse on these 4 and make it Evelyn going in. See if Evelyn can get her ult out. She does. Nautilus goes golden. Orianna moving over to answer the Darius. Orianna trying to get that blue buff. Good flash to dodge the pull. Spring Hill opening up that mid lane tower. Getting rid of the tier 1, allowing them to get these rotations in. You see some pings dropping on the Baron from Spring Hill. They do have Bork on Ashe, so that is a pretty decent take. Baron. Ashe a little far forward here without any teammates nearby. Alright, so there's the flash pull. Darius collapsing on the Orianna, knowing that he's likely going to die, so he does trade 1-for-1 there. As Ashe goes down the mid lane, Ashe was by herself there. I'm not really sure why she was pushed up so far. She had no tower to fall back to. And then Zilean committing to the split down here in the bot lane. Spring Hill just not able to get numbers advantage and collapsing on these split pushers, overexposing themselves a little too much, and then once they lose the numbers, they're not able to collapse on the split. So with the Ashe dying mid and the Ori dying top, that did allow North Georgia that free push there. So Ashe sending out the Hawk shot, get some vision, catch 3 of 4 rather of the North Georgia members are recalling, so that means that they do have time on the map right now to establish some vision. Drake is up in 30 seconds. Baron is up. So Spring Hill now has an opportunity here to kind of get a foothold on the map, catch North Georgia as they're rotating. Drake in 3 seconds. Big fight here in the mid lane. Great, huge Orianna shockwave. Darius now has the GA from Zilean on him. There's a double kill there for the Graves. Double kill for the Orianna. Looks like she's not getting out here. That's going to be an ace for North Georgia. And they're going to be able to secure this 3rd Mountain Drake, putting them on sole point. Spring Hill actually started this with a gold lead, starting out the match early with 1,500 gold lead there. But as North Georgia rotates around the map, they're able to generate these leads. Not many answers from Spring Hill. We see this Darius getting really far ahead. So Darius, this basically is a raid boss Darius here. Nautilus may be caught out here. There's the Braum Q to get the stun. As Zilean was speeding up there, he does have ult ready. He was ready to come in and ult and save the Zilean. So Spring Hill actually with a numbers advantage here now on the map. It's a 5v4 with Baron up. Maybe a pick here on the Zilean as well. Zilean ults himself. Flashes away. Shockwave goes wide. Shockwave would have only caught on the Zilean, but he is able to flash out of that. Baron startup from Spring Hill. It is spotted by the Kai'Sa. Spring Hill with the decision make. Do you burn it or do you turn? There's the ult only onto the Zillion. The Zillion does die before he had ult was on cooldown actually, but now the Darius is just going to clean up. The Malphite ult only went onto one. So not a lot of value out of that ultimate. Now North Georgia with a 6,000 gold lead, roughly. That's an inhib down now for Spring Hill. So they're going to start their base. Going to start bleeding now with super minions pouring down that mid lane. So it's going to give North Georgia some easy pressure there on the map. So Spring Hill's pretty much going to have to leave somebody in that mid lane. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and mute and let the rest of this match play out. All right, we are back. We are moving into. We are in the lower bracket now. Spring Hill did lose their first series against North Georgia, so now we are against BSC. I'm not really sure what the what college that is. I don't really have that info. It's not given to us, but either way, they are 1-1, I believe. We'll double check that bracket. They they I'm sorry, they lost their first matchup today in the upper bracket, and then they got a forfeit victory in their first match of the lower bracket. So, so technically, yes, they are 1-1, but they haven't won a series. So, kind of even footing here, if you will, between BSC and Spring Hill here. So we're about 90 seconds out from the match starting, loading in. But you see the comps there on your screen. It looks like BSC didn't line up in the lobby the way they should, which is kind of generally agreed upon as far as lining up in pick order. So you're going to see things look a little awkward here. That is not. It's not Diana top or Senna mid. It's definitely things are off a little bit, which threw us off in champ select for scouting and banning purposes, but it is what it is. So here we are. Shin, Graves, Syndra, Zaya, Rakan. We got the Zaya Rakan duo here. Making that work here into a Senna Ash, and then we have a Darius making his return. Spring Hill had a rough match into a Darius this last match that we played that sent us into now the lower bracket. And we have Diana into Syndra, so we'll see how these pan out. About 20 seconds out, so I'm gonna let this tick down, and I'll be right back when we are in game. All right, we are loading in here. So as soon as it gets in, you're going to see me make some adjustments to the spectator interface. So I apologize. Just be patient with me. Sitting at 96% here. Eventually it'll load all the way through. All right, sitting at 100 now. Here we go. All right. Pause that for a second. Get rid of all that. Okay. We are in game and ready to go. All right, so everybody's spawning in. Actually, let's get here and make some adjustments here so things look somewhat normal. There we go. All right, so standard kind of defensive stance here from both teams. Level 1, just watching the jungle entrances. Alright, so we have bottom side start for both junglers here. In the previous matches that we played, we had a double red side start for both teams. So now we have Olaf starting blue, so that he has a little bit of an extra leash there. So we'll see where he goes from there. Graves moving up, taking his chickens. Syndra already getting the best of this lane here. It's arranged in the melee, so it's kind of expected there, so that should be good. But we have this Xayah Rakan duo, which has a very strong level 1 with Xayah W kind of proccing or also being shared with Rakan. So they do a lot of auto attack damage once that W is activated. Olaf doing a full bot side clear and now moving over to his red side. Graves going red, chickens blue. So they're actually both on the same side of the map right now, so we're interested to see if they encounter each other near the scuttle or top or mid. We have an all-in here. Level 2 all-in from the Xayah Rakan. They are... BCU is able to hang on to their summoner spells there, which is great play by them. BSC, sorry, I think I said BCU. BSC with Ignite being burned by the Rakan. So gank here, trying to pressure this Darius off of Shin in the top lane. So Graves is spotted, and now Graves is being cut off by the Olaf. He does dash over the wall. We do have an engage here on the bottom, so a lot of action happening on the map right now, but we got to pan up here and see Syndra getting the stun on the dam, but Syndra's out of mana, so not a lot can happen here. Graves trying to hold his own into the Olaf. Olaf, pretty vulnerable pre-level 6. He does get stronger the lower his health is. Once he gets level 6, they are not going to be able to crowd control him when his ult is active. Rakan making the roam up to mid lane, but leaves Xayah by herself in the bot lane. Once Rakan shows, this could be a lot of flashes being burned here in this upper river fight. Xayah got hit by the root there instead of flashing it, and dies with heal up, it looks like. Still fighting here. Taunt just goes a little wide from the Shin, but we have Olaf now kind of stuck in the Spring Hill jungle in that top tribe rush, and they're just gonna agree like, okay, we don't want to fight you, you don't want to fight us. We're gonna peace out here. So we do get a good back in here from Rakan. Taunt there from the Shen right in the middle of that huge minion wave, so Darius is going to eat a lot of damage here. Questionable flash from Shen, but he's able to close the distance, get the solo kill on the Darius. Great job. So now he's going to be looking to farm back up. So a lot of action here so far in this match. We're only, what, 5 minutes into this? Yeah, 5.5 minutes. A lot happening here. So roughly 1,000 gold lead here for BSC. Darius is not ballooning his lead in this match as he did in the previous one. We do have a CS lead for the Xayah, which is really good, even in the mid lane. And then Olaf scoring a little bit of a farm lead there after Graves had a death earlier, so it gave Olaf a chance to generate a little bit of a lead there. So we have a gank here mid lane. It is spotted out. Good ward from Diana. I'm just going to waste some of Graves' time, as Olaf is now roaming down the mid. Drake is up. It is a It's like an ocean drake. So that means our soul for this game could be Infernal, Mountain, or Cloud. Shen taunting away. Gonna look to clean up as much of the CS as he can. Still 1,000 gold lead here. Zaya's just got a magnet for these Senna Ws. Syndra now, like, definitely with a lead here in his mid lane. Up 6 CS, and looks like she's got the wave frozen just outside of tower range, so she's going to be able to collect all of that and force Diana to step up to try and farm. Can't hold the freeze very long. It's very difficult to do in mid lane because the lane is so short. There's an all-in from Diana. It looks like she's going to get the kill there. Syndra does have TP to be able to get back to lane joint. We have an all-in here from the Xayah Rakan onto the Ashe. We have the Shen ult coming through. And the taunt just misses, but Olaf is here, ready to clean up, and he's there. Graves is just over the corner. Khan is out. Olaf hit Blast Cone while he was ulted. Sorry, bud, I don't think it I don't think it works that way. So another Senna W hit. The Senna cannot miss. So now almost a 2,000 gold lead for BSC, and they turn around on the Senna, who's really flirting with danger here. The Dragon's been aggroed and started up. Spring Hill has a numbers advantage here, and we have the TP coming in from the Shen, so looks like they're committing to this. They're going to give up that bot side pressure, giving Darius a lot of that farm. Diana looks like she is going to live here. Wow, it's just so close, just barely not pulling enough. Rakan then goes back in on the fight after everybody's so low. Flash from Graves, great stun there from Syndra. Things are kind of getting out of hand right now. Like, Spring Hill really trying to force plays and force fights that they don't need to. Darius has been up here farming, so even though Shen got that TP in and went to go aggressive, it didn't actually pay off, and it gave Darius a lot of plates here in the top lane. Oh, nobody ended up picking the Drake up after all that skirmishing. So interested to see what happens here now.
Nice.
4,000 gold lead for BSC now. Rakan cleaning up. BSC guys sitting in base here for a while. Not really sure what's happening. Shopping, perhaps? Shen trying to get this wave pushed in. Stun on the Syndra. Graves is here to try to get this kill. Smite comes down for the true damage. But there's just not enough there, even with the Unleashed power. Shen fighting in this minion wave. I think that's going to work out well. You can't flash the Darius ult. Xayah Rakan starting up the Drake. Spring Hill looking to force this. They do have Smite here. They've zoned the Olaf out. Rakan ults. Does not find the knockup on the Ashe, but does get the charm. Snare comes through, stun comes through on the Syndra. Diana misses her Q. That doesn't give her an easy end to this to reset that. She does go back in, but that Shen ult comes through. They shut down the Diana. That gold goes over to the Xayah. Zaya now face checking. Should be able to return trade onto the center. Let's go. So 3-1 and 0 on the Zaya. Zaya really being set up here to be the carry in this matchup with the Rakan to support her. Flash from the center. $4,000 gold lead. So Spring Hill is on blue side here. BSC on red if you're just joining. I'm gonna go ahead and mute the mic. I'm just gonna let this play out. Alright, so if you're just joining us, we are sitting in the lower bracket. This is game 1 of the lower bracket. This is versus BSC. I'm sorry, I don't know what BSC represents, what school they're playing for. But we are sitting at about 21 minutes in game time. BSC sporting a 5,000 gold lead. It's huge. At 21 minutes, that is massive. So they have the Fnatic Death Brush here. Con face checks. He's able to get out with his W. Syndra there, stepping a little too close. There's no, they've got to go into it. They do get the kill onto the Diana though. Syndra's really low. Good shield there from Rakan. The Ashe W just barely picks it. Rakan's gonna go down. Graves trying to put out as much DPS as he can. Olaf is unstoppable, and that whole time, Shin had ult. Unfortunately, Shin may have been able to ult in, save the Xayah. Definitely a lot of gold on the Xayah. 9 kills, 3 deaths. Even in CS with Ashe, but those kills are really offsetting. That even though the CS is equal here, Syndra with a CS lead, but Diana has those kills, so we're kind of trading back and forth there, and then we have a lead on the Darius in the top lane. Spring Hill again. If you're Spring Hill is blue side, BSC is red side. Spring Hill looking for their first win here in the tournament. Here we're participating in PantherLAN, which is put on by Georgia State University. So we're glad to be able to participate in that with them. They are hosting it, giving away prizes for first place in here, which is awesome. So the students here at Spring Hill are competing for prizes that they get. It does not go to our program; it goes directly to the students. So really cool. Is Olaf not paying any attention there? We have a collapse there, so that's the smite down and a huge shutdown. 650 gold shutdown. Going over to Xayah. This Xayah is extremely wealthy. Rakan ults very early, but he's able to actually get the double charm, double knockup, double stun from the Syndra. Darius gets a triple pull, but it doesn't even matter. He just gets completely annihilated. So they turn on to Baron here with 3 dead for BSC. This should be a free Baron take. So with a 4,500 gold deficit, it's like Spring Hill is clawing their way back into this. So we are on an ocean map? Sorry, we're on a cloud map. Yes. All right, so we're at Cloud Soul, available for both of these teams. One more Dragon take will give BSC, put them on Soul Point. But it looks like they're hard pushing down mid right now. Diana's looking to back. It has some staggered, staggered these resets here for BSC. They're coming out onto the map at separate times. Olaf really far ahead, trying to take out some of the Graves jungle. Spring Hill going to use this Baron buff to try to defend their base. Great knockup here from Khan. Looked like was not able to grab the Olaf, but that is 2 down. This Rakan is getting great engages, and Xayah is doing work. Darius going to get a trade on the top side of the map. He's definitely going to get this tier 2, which is going to help them out quite a bit. BSC actually still sporting a lead right now, about 2,500 gold. So it was sitting about 5,000 or 6,000. So Spring Hill able to close that gold gap a little bit. All right, so we're gonna pause this for a second. I'm gonna go off of comms for a minute, and we'll be back. right, so that finishes up game number 1 in the lower bracket here. So Spring Hill grabbing their first win in the tournament. We're going to swap over to a little break while we get set up for match number 2 in the lower bracket. We'll be right back.
worst decisions will haunt you. You overstep.
Fear is the first of many foes.
All right, swapping over into Champ Select here. Getting started with Game 2. If you're just joining us, we did win Game 1 in this best of 3 series against BSC. So this Game 2, mixing things up a little bit, but we do bring back.
I promise.
Well, I don't want to spoil anything. We'll go through this in pick
You're
order.
scared. Good to know.
So picks and bans coming out now. If with Spring Hill wins this, they progress in the lower bracket. They will move forward into the lower bracket quarterfinals. Where they're awaiting their opponent from the upper bracket of the winner's bracket, basically. So trying to figure all of that out right now. So those games are currently being played. So we're making a run through the lower bracket, which could mean for kind of a later, a late evening for the players here. So that we are actually behind schedule right now. This series that we're in right now was supposed to start at 12. And you see now that we're just trying to get game 2 in by 3 o'clock. So hopefully this will, they're playing the grand finals tomorrow, but things are, again, a little behind right now. But either way, we have Champ Select has been completed, so we'll be able to talk a little bit about that before we get into game fully, because we got a 3-minute spectator delay that's going to kick in. So all right, the players are loading in the game right now while we wait for spectator delay. So we're sitting with BSC is running Fizz in the mid lane, Senna and Sivir in the bot lane, Echo jungle, and Camille top. So there is no tank for BSC, but if you look over on the Spring Hill side, on red side, Spring Hill doesn't have a tank either, unless Ivern's going to go pretty tanky. So running Kennen top, Ivern jungle, Orianna mid, and then Xayah Rakan bot lane. So they're running it back. We saw the Xayah get absolutely massive in game 1. Xayah, Anthony, our ADC here, put on his carry pants and had a massive showing in game number 1. So they're looking to run that back. If it worked, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So now we have Orianna in the mid lane instead of the Syndra, and we're running Ivern instead of the Graves, Kennen instead of the Shin. So there's a lot of shielding here on the Spring Hill side. So the expectation here, or the plan, is for Xayah to also carry again. So they're putting everything in that Xayah basket. So Orianna can shield her, Ivern can shield her, Rakan can shield her. Now, we do have a little bit of that Wombo combo there as well, with Orianna ult on top of the Shin ult with the Rakan engage. So there are several different ways that the Badgers can play this matchup, fully committing to protecting that Xayah, or they can can run kind of that all-in engage where Rakan is not back and shielding. Rakan is ulting and then Wing in, grand entrance and with the Orianna ball attached to him. So several different ways they could play this. They could kind of kite back and if BSC were trying to all in, but I think those shields are going to come in handy, especially against this Fizz, we have double assassins really on the BSC side between Echo and Fizz, so those shielding should come in handy. I'm not expecting a lot of front to back fighting here in this, just simply uh, because of there are no tanks, so we're not really doing front to back here. It's basically I'm expecting them to just all in every time. A lot of scraps and skirmishes, and it's you could have clean aces, 5-0s in here. So it's going to be interesting to watch. Should definitely be a fun game to tune into. So we're going to load in here in just a moment. So I'm going to turn my mic off, switch over to a slideshow. We'll be back in less than 2 minutes. All right, we are in game. I'm going to pause it real quick and set up our interface. Sorry about that. All right, this doesn't default for me. Not really sure why that is. Again, we had the BSC players not actually lining up correctly for for picks. I'm not really sure what the deal is with that, but either way, all right, it is what it is. We're not going to sit here and complain about it. So here we go. Level 1, we are getting a run back in the bot lane from Spring Hill, bringing the Zyrakan back into Game 2. Again, Spring Hill on red side, BSC on blue side. Spring Hill is leading this series
30 seconds until minions
1-0.
spawn.
This is a best of 3 in the lower bracket. So the team that loses this series is out of the tournament, with both teams losing in the upper bracket earlier in the day. But one thing I do want you to notice is in the bottom right hand corner. I'm not really sure why my spectators, my client's doing this, but look down here, the Zyrakan sitting in the bush here. Zyrakan level 1
Minions have
is
spawned.
massively overpowered. So we look at the target frame, and let's look at the Zaya. She leveled her W, which is what you want to do with Rakan, because it actually shares that ability with Rakan, and it gives him those empowered autos as well. So that's going to be interesting. See if they can pull off their cheesing level 1, getting this Zaya ahead. So we're going to see the minions are in lane, and you'll see the Zyrakan, they are not moving. Ivern does not need a leash, whereas you have the Sivir Senna giving the leash there to the Echo, but Zyrakan have not moved at all, as we see Sivir and Senna now, and we have a knockup onto the Sivir. Rakan pulls the trigger. They go straight onto the Senna. Good focus fire. And you see the strength of that level 1 duo between Zaya and Rakan. Unfortunately, Rakan picks up the kill, but they're gonna. Zaya does get the assist, so they should be able to get some lane pressure off of that. You see a ward being dropped in the Tribrush, trying to spot Echo coming down to even things out. Meanwhile, Ivern. Like when I play Ivern, I go in and I steal the opposite buff. So we have Lom's not actually doing that. He went red wolves, and now he's walking over to what looks like the chickens there. And I'm curious to see if he smites the chickens. He actually doesn't have smite up. Maybe he did, but he did go and clear that out. So now he's going to cycle back through. He's already got his bot lane up, ready to be taken. So he's going to go through now and collect his whole bot side jungle. Ivern, one of those champions. If you haven't played him, he's definitely an interesting jungler, very different in how he clears camps. He has to basically queue them up and it puts a timer on it, and he can't damage them, he cannot fight jungle camps, and so basically once that timer expires, he's then able to just clear the camp. It auto gives it to him. If he has smite, he can cue the timer and then smite, and it instantly clears the camp for him. So he's really good for counter jungling if he has a smite or two available, because he can just go in, proc his passive on it, cue the camps up, and then just smite it, and he instantly takes it. But we do have a gank in the top lane here. Echo ganking and an instant TP coming out from the Orianna. See if Kennen was not able to get the stun, but good answer from Orianna, and a great cover in the mid lane from Ivern. So not giving Fizz free hits on this tower to get some plating or anything. So good cover with a TP, so Ivern was not able to get up to the top lane to save the Kennen. Ori TP'd up there. Great teamwork there. Now we have another. Oh, this Rakan is just abusing Sivir nonstop, and then you have the healing there from him. He can heal them back up in trades. Obviously, Senna's got some really good sustain for lane, but you already see the CS lead for the Xayah just ballooning out of control. Already up 9 CS, and it's just only going to get worse here. Ivern's here, and that's a flash burn for the Sivir. Orianna holding her own now. She's down a level because she lost XP from that roam. I don't think Ivern intended to take that, but we do have Rakan here with the shield, with the knockup onto the Senna, and that's another kill, but this time it's going the way of Ivern. So Ivern getting himself on the board. Orianna's holding her own in mid lane again, down a level, down XP. They're both level 5 now, but she's down XP from the roam or the TP up to the top lane. So Drake is up. Our first Drake is a Cloud Drake. Spring Hill up 2-0 in kills at the moment. 7 CS lead. Sivir is down here all by herself, so this is just free territory for the Xayah Rakan to pressure her. Try to zone her off of this wave. You don't want to give her this CS for free. Looks like they're going to go and try to crash this wave to get a reset in. So this would be a good buy for Xayah. She's got 2 assists, no kills unfortunately. But she does have the CS lead, which isn't going to balance out by the minions that are crashing in the tower now. And it looked like Sivir didn't get any of those minions in that battle there. I believe there were 3 or 4 minions from the Spring Hill side crashing into the BSC bot tower, and Sivir wasn't able to clean up any of those. So she's looking to try to balance out the CS difference here. And it doesn't look like she's going to be able to do it, but she also hasn't backed yet. So she's going to be looking to get a back in, but that's going to give a tempo advantage here to the Spring Hill bot side, because they're going to be able to get pressure on this Drake while Sivir's back. I see some question mark pings coming down onto the Drake. Ivern is in the area. He is spotted. Looks like by the Scryer's Bloom from BSC. So an 800 gold lead now for the Badgers. Struggles over vision here. Clear some of these. Prepping this Drake, making sure that it's ready. Want to put this entire area in darkness for BSC. However, you'll notice on your mini-map there is one trinket ward inside of the Dragon Pit. Ivern now looking to come mid. It's very difficult to gank a Fizz. He's got his troll pole, if you will. He's going to jump up and just dodge out of any CC and get out. But Kennen really having his way in this matchup here against the Camille. He's already got his Gunblade, looking to build Proto Belt there. And then I would anticipate his building a Zanya's as well. Still a 10 CS lead in the bot lane for Spring Hill, but a 10 CS lead mid lane for BSC has another engage here. And this Xayah Rakan lane is just oppressive. That time Xayah does pick the kill up, and we have Ivern in the area. Echo's only level 4. He doesn't have access to his ult to try to save himself. That's a great W from the Echo. He just did not survive long enough. Had he lived, he would have gotten a triple stun. And now they're instantly going to turn over here on the Drake. So if you haven't played Ivern, I mentioned he cannot attack jungle camps. That's different for neutral objectives. He's just for the Drake and the Baron. He does have to auto those down and use his abilities. But they're going to go ahead and take that. They're going to let Xayah go back to the lane to collect that CS. So a great distribution of of income here. And then Oriana's out of mana, so she's got to be really careful here in this Fizz, who does have his ult ready. He's got ult and ignite. Ult expended from Xayah. She's got the help of this Rakan. See how aggressive they want to go. Looks like he's going to back off. They're going to force the back out of Fizz. Fizz is staying, though. Rakan's hovering in the area. He does flash in. It's so difficult to gank a Fizz. You see his E coming out there, which pretty much, it just makes him invulnerable. So he uses it to dodge. Crowd control. Very, you know, executing abilities, things of that nature. Oriana trying to even out this CS lead, but Xayah holding her own down here in the bot lane. There's not a lot to be scared of in the Sivir Senna lane as Xayah. You do have to watch out for the Senna W coming through to root the Xayah, but that could be easily sidestepped. But Rakan is in the area. There's the flash. The auto gets canceled because of the E from Senna. The W does not connect. Now it does. The W from Senna does. And we have Xayah standing strong and just trading while she's rooted, which is very good. And it's just so much damage coming out of this Xayah, but she's got the BF sword to match the Sivir. So the itemization is not different yet, but you're going to see that kind of balloon out of control here in a minute. I expect Xayah to get a back in here soon, and likely pick up a pickaxe, maybe boots and Berserker Greaves. Not finish the whole IE just yet. Unless she's going Essence Reaver. So a little dive here. They are able to pick it up. Wow. Great job there from the Spring Hill bot lane duo here. Spring Hill, 2,000 gold in the lead. This Xayah is massive. This looks like a repeat of game number 1 between these two. And this time you have a lot more shielding to be able to support that Xayah. It is an Essence Reaver first buy. Xayah, so she's just going to be able to spam those feathers. Waiting for the troll pole to be used, so then they can just collapse on the Fizz when he comes out of it. And he almost dies to the Aerie does end up getting out. I wonder if he has Scorch on. But the Aerie comes through, so we have kiting back here. A lot of shielding there from the Ivern. The shielding is enough. Camille's here. Looks like she's going to pick up this kill. The shielding from the Xayah comes in, and they're going to kill the Camille too. Unfortunate. A triple kill for the Ivern. Has that ever been done before? And now we have another engage in the bot side. Spring Hill, it's just hard pressure in this game forward. Just slight missteps from BSC. Unable to capitalize on some of those kills, but those shields in that last fight were massive. Keeping that Ivern alive. He was sub 200 HP for a majority of that fight, and the Camille came in. But those, the Oriana shields, the Ivern shields, enough to keep him alive. So we have a clean game right now from Spring Hill. So far, on the way to a perfect game. No deaths, no towers lost. A good ult from the Xayah. It wasn't clear if she was going to be clipped by that Echo W, but it's better to use the ult than not, and you know, risk getting called out by that. So there's a pink ward. They do spot the pink ward here. Control ward, sorry. Senna's still tagging, fishing with those W's, but that's crowd control down. Every time she uses that without any sort of follow-up, that gives the Xayah kind of the green light to just engage. I mean, it's great that you can hit your W's, but you've got to be hitting it with a purpose. You can't just be using your W's for harass. That's what your Q is for. Now we have the Camille taking a level disadvantage fight into the Spring Hill minion wave, so he's going to be eating a lot of damage from those minions. You see Kennen win the trade, so even though Camille did more damage to the Kennen, in the initial engagement, the Camille took more damage when it was all said and done from all of the minion aggro she was eating. So definitely not a good trade for the Camille. She should have waited on that, at least thin the wave out. Echo topside, looking for a kill, but well warded out by the Kennen. He's got a ward there in that river brush. Sivir, good spell shield from Sivir. But Ivern now here supporting Xayah. They're just pressuring, really punishing the spot lane. 4-0-2 on the Xayah, a 400 gold bounty. We also have a bounty on the Ivern, who's 4-0-1, and everybody else on the Spring Hill side just farming up and doing well. Is this gonna be a solo kill for the Kennen? Almost. That the Camille lived. Probably like 10 HP there. There were a couple of minion caster autos chasing the Camille down. It just wasn't enough to get the kill, but Kennen should be able to get a plate here, as this Spring Hill squad is just relentless in this game too. Constantly keeping the pressure up, letting their carries farm. And let's see what happens. The shockwave goes wide because of the blast cone. That was very unfortunate, but the Echo does ulti back into the fight. Rakan is on the flank. Here comes Kennen all the way. No, it looks like he TP'd into the mid lane for this. Now that is going to be a free Drake here for Spring Hill. Although they are sacrificing top lane tower for the top lane pressure. So this is an Ocean Drake, so we'll see if we get Mountain or Infernal. Looks like we're having an Infernal Soul for this game too. Kennen burned his TP here, so it's going to be, let's see if he can get back up to top lane in time. Looks like Camille might take this first tower. The Rakan Grand Entrance just missing. Xayah still sitting on a 400 gold shutdown. 4-0-2. Ivern 4-0-2. No deaths for any Spring Hill members here. And then this Rakan constantly on cooldown using his W. 10 kills to 0. 4,000 gold lead here for the Badgers. Rakan in wait here in the brush, just watching, waiting for them to step forward. There's the W from Senna, but a great use of the ult to go ahead and quickly dash in so they can still get the knockup onto that Senna, I'm sorry, the Sivir, even though that W was used. Kennen is the first to go down for Spring Hill, but he's up 15 CS. Oriana's on the way, brings the shield in for the Ivern. Ivern is 5-0-2. Fizz is now into the fight. Echo's going to go down, so we're going to see these shields rotate back and forth here between Oriana and Ivern. So annoying to deal with. The knockup from Daisy. The shockwave goes a little bit wide from the Fizz dash, and then that clockwork windup is going to do some damage. Ivern's going to pick it up, going 7-0-2. He's got a 400 gold bounty now with Xayah at 650. Meanwhile, we have the Xayah Rakan duo hard pushing bot lane. They got their tier 1. They're pressuring the tier 2. So they're going to go ahead and get him a reset in while Spring Hill's immediately onto the Rift Herald. This is a completely different Spring Hill squad than what we saw in the first 3 games today. They're very decisive. They're making wise decisions. They've got some confidence in, and they're always doing something. They're moving around the map with a purpose, with the goal, picking up kills, and then using those, translating it over into objectives. So they've gotten the 1 tower, but they've gotten 2 Drakes and a Rift Herald in the pocket of Ivern. So it'll be interesting to see where they drop this here. Plates are gone, so they're not going to get plate gold, but they could drop this Rift Herald mid and just instantly clear this mid tower. They've already got bot tower down, so be interested if they're going to try to open up another lane or continue to let it run down one, because you are going to have Baron come up in about 2.5 minutes. Do we want to pull a lot of pressure bot with that, as we have a gank coming in? 4 men from BSC, 4 players are collapsing mid. Good. Just back out here from the Xayah Rakan. The problem with the BSC comp here is their only hard engage that they have is the Camille, and as long as Camille is up there in the top lane, then Spring Hill's pretty much free to do whatever they want. With the Sivir, all they can do is just kind of run at Spring Hill, but then you're running directly into the Rakan. There's the grand entrance onto the Echo. Didn't even have time to ulti before he was just completely blown up. Rift Herald's going to get a second charge. That's 2 towers off of this Rift Herald. Let's see if we can get a third charge here. There's the Fizz ulti. Good ult from the Xayah to block that Fizz, and then we're just going to have just blow up the Senna. Unfortunately, the Rift Herald was not able to get the third charge off on that tier 3 mid lane. In the meantime, we have Orianna working on the bot tier 2. She's going to get that with the Clockwork Wind-Up passive. And then just in time for Dragon to spawn. And I'm sorry, I'm a bad observer and caster. I did not put the timers up. We're 43 seconds away from the Infernal Drake. Spring Hill gets this, they will be on Soul Point, and they're sporting almost a 10,000 gold lead, sitting just shy of 9. They are gathering around. Orianna's a little ahead. She's going to face check into the Echo, but there's a 3-level advantage for this Orianna. She'll definitely be able to shield this up. That was the Echo ult, and she's able to shockwave and pick that up. Now Kennen is here. Ult's a little preemptively, a zoning ult. Call that a zoning Kennen ult. Orianna here going to clear this mid wave, get that pushed out, while the rest of the Badgers are going to go ahead and take this Drake. A clean game here from Spring Hill. Baron spawning in 15 seconds. You got to imagine that at this point they could likely just force Baron and just dare BSC to come towards them to force a fight, and that could be, you know, the game-ending fight. With the Baron buff, with these waves prepped, we do have a TP on Kennen and a TP ready on Orianna. See if Ivern's going to get called out here. So about we're sitting at about a 9,000. It's like 8,500 gold lead. Spring Hill smothering BSC. Alright, so 18-1, we just are getting into the 21-minute mark. So Baron is alive, Baron is spawned. You gotta imagine Spring Hill is just looking to force this. Sivir can only use the spell shield for a little bit. She is caught up, she is gone. Spring Hill collapsing now, another Rakan W. That Echo's gonna have to ult back, but he's ulting back into the waiting arms of Ivern, who hits the Q, and he... Is this an assassin, Ivern? 25 Magi stacks, kills the Echo with his Q. This Rakan's hitting so many W's, it looks like it's Earth mode. And that already started on the Baron. Be interested to see if Spring Hill just pushes their lead, runs this Baron straight down at mid, or do they get a reset in? There are the recalls coming in. You gotta imagine they're so far ahead, they can just end the game. 10,000 gold in the lead. 20-1. 904 on the Xayah, 805 on the Ivern, 700 gold bounty for each of them, and 13 assists with the Rakan, 7 on the Orianna. So this shield the carry comp coming in from Spring Hill, really putting in work. See what happens here with the Baron buff. They're actually all grouping mid, looks like. Just gonna force this. BSC cannot answer. The support for the Badgers is higher level than the jungler for BSC. This Echo has nowhere to go. He's going to ulti back, so Badgers kind of playing with your food here. They could just run it down mid and ignore the Echo, but they're going to hard press this. Xayah standing tall by herself in the mid lane against 4 enemy players. Look at the massive shield, shielded for almost her entire health bar, and this is going to be game. Sivir's dead, Echo's dead, Camille evaporated. And they've got a minion wave here to be able to push this. his troll poles, but he's going to be able to get out of there. But it doesn't matter. The Badgers are here for the base. Another Recon W in, constantly on cooldown going in. There's the Kennen ult, shreds 2 members of BSC, and that's going to be the Nexus in 23 minutes. Everybody report Kennen for feeding. Great game from the Badgers. An absolute slaughter in Game 2 of the lower bracket. We'll be back with the next series as we continue our run through that bracket. All right, everybody, we're getting into our next series. Post on Twitter, let everybody know we're hopping into that. We're getting in the lobby now. You can see your bracket there on the screen. That's what we've been. So we got knocked down to the lower bracket. We're working our way through, and then we'll be good to go. We'll leave that up so we can see the bracket for the future. Yeah, so we're gonna get into match here in just a little bit. So I'm just gonna leave this up. Actually, I may swap over to let's swap over to champ select here, and so you can see the client. All right.
You overstep.
Back to center.
Your worst decisions will haunt you.
Happy to sit this one out. Let's do the fireworks.
The ball is angry. Oh, that's not nice.
All right, we are in champ select here, so everything's going to look a little as our players are picking what they had intended to pick. We did draft through a pro draft pick and ban tool, so all this was done browser based. So now we're moving in and getting this next game started. Let this finish out, and then we'll talk about the picks. So Spring Hill red side. We're going with a Kennen, Zach, Echo, Zai, and Rakan. We had a lot of success with Zai and Rakan in the previous series, so we're going to keep it up and run it back until they make us stop. So the Zai Rakan's been working out really well. Chandler's been shot calling his engages, and it's gone very well. So we have the Echo mid lane into the Azir, the Zac jungle, into the Sejuani. So we have tank on tank action here in the jungle. Sure to be a snooze fest between those two if they see each other in the jungle. And then Kennen into Wukong, which is a pretty volatile matchup there. So you should see a lot of action topside. I would say Echo probably looking to push the lane out and then roam and affect those side lanes. So we should see some interesting things there. So we have a 3-minute spectator delay kicking in right now. We're going to hop off for that, and we'll be right back. right, we're moving now into a minute left before we get into game. Letting that 3-minute spectator delay tick down, then we'll be live. All right, we are in to game one of this best of 3 against the ODU Monarchs B. For the sake of not having to say the name of that team over and over and over, we're just gonna call them ODU. So we have ODU versus Spring Hill here. Echo watching that jungle entrance there. Ash and Leona almost, I wonder if they're expecting a little bit of an invade. Hanging back, not really watching the jungle ramps. They do have a ward on the bot side Tribrush. Both junglers starting bot side, so it is going to be interesting to see where we go from here. Both of these tanks clearing their jungle. Both gank heavy junglers.
Yes.
Alright, Zach staying on bot side, going straight over to Gromp after his blue. Wonder if he's going to do a full bot side clear. Meanwhile, Sejuani's going over to go buff to buff. Actually skipping. It's like she's bypassing the blue and starting from Gromp over there. Here we have Rakan missed the W engage. He does E back out. Zaya stepping back up, just taking free trade. A good Zenith Blade from Leona. And then the flash along with the ignite is going to get the kill onto the Rakan. And Leona barely sitting outside of turret range there. So a good turnaround trade there and kill by the ODU squad here. Meanwhile, Zaga did do a full bot side clear. Sejuani now looking mid. Looks like she is spotted on a ward, so Echo knows that she's there. Meanwhile, Zach doing a full clear. He's now on his 5th camp, his red buff. See if he's going for a full clear. Wukong did go ahead and get in an early back to buy a longsword, leaving Kennen in that top lane just to soak up this CS and XP. Sejuani showing mid, so very telegraphing. She is going to the scuttle. She's gonna double scuttle the Zac here. Zac is just going full clear of the jungle. Good control ward there from the Zyra Rakan. They're gonna spot the Sejuani. They could see the scuttle now on their map. Leona going up to clear that control ward. Sejuani's still in the area. She was spotted on a ward, but she's really committing to this. Not really going to get anything out of that, but again, showing herself a lot. So the rest of the map knows that there's no gank coming from that Sejuani. Kennen working with a very large minion wave here. Eing away every time that Wukong goes in for the engage. Playing this matchup very intelligently. Wukong very volatile. Zac now coming down to the bot lane. Looks like he bypassed the scuttle there. He's here for the gank. There's the knockup immediately. Their knockup actually stacks on each other because they hit at the same time. But a good return kill there. And this one does go the way of the Rakan, similar to the Leona picking up the first kill on Spring Hill. So both of these supports picking up the kills in their lanes, unfortunately not going to the AD carries. But ODU actually, with that first blood, they have roughly an 800 gold lead now from CS. The jungle lead, the Scuttlecat crabs are really helping out the Sejuani. And then obviously we have a gold lead, a CS lead in the top lane. Kennen is trying to return some damage back, and a CS lead mid on the Azir. Looking to get this Azir out of mid lane and roaming around. CS even in the bot lane. Sejuani's looking mid. Echo roaming up, straight up to his jungler. Zac here in the area, protecting his laner. Ashe starting Cull, or going, yeah, starting Cull. Alright, looking to farm this out. Sejuani's roaming down bot side, looking to get this bot side scuttle on spawn. So, meanwhile, Zac has pulled ahead in the farm game. Sejuani's gonna try to even it up here. Unfortunately, Kennen ulting the Wukong clone. There's a lot of CS here for him to collect. A lot of CS and XP. Zac is in the area to prevent any sort of dive from happening. Echo really needs to get it back in. Zac just backed, got his Bomby Cinder, and Sejuani's looking at Drake now. They caught Spring Hill on a back in the bot lane. Zac is heading that way. With this Ashe, they should be able to do this fairly quickly, so that should be a free Drake. And Azir has Prio. Not really much they can do here. I'm going to give that away. That is an Ocean Drake, and we have a Mountain Drake next, so which means this game we're going to have either an Infernal Soul or a Cloud Soul. I think Spring Hill would, I'm going to assume, would prefer the Cloud Soul for this. Or I'm sorry, the Infernal Soul to help shred through some of these tanks. That's going to be a trade kill back onto the Sejuani. It actually goes the way of the Xayah, so she was the last one to attack the Sejuani before that tower shot connected. Ashe still looking for a kill. She's had 2 kills. Leona's picked up both of these kills here in the bot lane. Zac now 0-0-2 with Sejuani down on the map. Just now respawning. Maybe Zac can look to make something happen when these lanes really need to get Echo influencing the side lanes. Echo's likely going to be splitting once we get out of this laning phase. 1,000 gold lead right now for ODU. Zing's Blade barely misses there. There's an all-in from Wukong. The return ult from Kennen. And then the flash. Kennen overstayed. Dash a little bit back in. Gigantic gold lead right now for early for in 9 minutes. Uh, 2,500 gold lead for ODU Monarchs. And then Zai's got to back out of this. There's just too much pressure from these two here. So now with them collapsing here on this bot tower, that does free Zac to go for Rift Herald. Zaya trying to get as much XP, but it's she's in a dangerous spot here. No ulti, no flash. Alright, Rakan's here to back him up. Sejuani heading mid. Sejuani's been very active on the map. Zac still trying to find something, trying to make something happen ever since that first gank. Azir now really getting the best of these trades here onto the Echo. Zac here making the gank happen here top. That was great. Rakan making a roam up to mid lane, throwing the ignite down. Probably wanted to hang on to that. That wasn't. Echo was not able to follow up, so Azir's just going to slide over here, snag that blue buff, and that's going to make him extremely oppressive. Echo really needs to, Echo really needs to get in a back. Xayah by herself down there. Sejuani really going all in here. The TP coming through from the Wukong. Zac does have his passive. Kennen's gonna drop. That was smart. Wukong baiting like he cloned. Zac does have passive here. Looks like that's going to get... Alright, he actually gets a kill on the Sejuani. I thought that was going to be an execution, so... a little bit of a misplay there from ODU. They did get the passive from the Zac, but I would say that Zac getting the kill on the Sejuani's got a lot more value to it. So Rakan here, trying to soak XP off of this. We'll see how aggressive ODU want to go here. Looks like they're just going to try to clear this wave. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. It's going to be a mountain. And then we'll see what kind of map we're working with. Echo now full health. He did get a recall in. Started Proto Belt. So he's going to have a lot more wave clear now. Hopefully that'll give him the opportunity to start roaming around and trying to influence the side lanes. But this Azir is really keeping him here, not letting this mid lane assassin influence the map. CS lead for all of the ODU Monarchs, unfortunately. And the Echo ult just barely missing. He does go back in. He could have flashed out and lived there. I think it was a little too aggressive. Alright, we have a turn on to the Ashe. Ashe is out of this fight. Zac slings it back together. Rakan looks like he's getting out. We're going to have Alright, Leon goes down. The Sejuani flashes to get the last hit there on the Rakan, but it looks like It's good flash E from the Xayah to secure the kill onto the Sejuani. That's going to be 2 kills and 2 assists for the Xayah. The Xayah is really starting to ramp up. Rift Herald dropped, so this should be a bot tower for the Badgers. You need to try to balance out this gold differential. So these last 2 plates have a lot of armor on them. So that's going to bring it to within a 2,000 gold difference between these 2 teams. Dragon is up. There's the ulti from... Kennen does still have a flash, but we're going to follow flash from the Wukong, just going to constantly try to abuse that matchup. And that's going to be, looks like a free Drake for the Monarchs. Spring Hill really playing on the back foot here, losing their individual matchups. 40 CS difference here in the mid lane, 60 CS difference in the top lane. Spring Hill definitely has a lot of work to do to try to claw their way back into this one. 4,000 gold difference. Echo's roaming around, but he has no mana. Good shutdown there. The Xayah picking up the shutdown on the Azir. That's a lot of gold in her pocket. See if she can get this kill too. That one's actually going to go over to the Kennen. Great proactive play there from Spring Hill. There was no pressure bot, no pressure top. They could easily make that play mid. So it looks like Rift Herald's going to be spawning here in just a few seconds. Wondering if Spring Hill's going to look to make a play there. It is spotted out from the Hawk shot. They have a numbers advantage here. It's going to be 3 versus 5, but there's some crucial ultimates that are down. Xayah still has hers, but look for the Wukong to come in here. Wukong constantly baiting that he has his clone. Alright, there's the engage from the Echo and the Rakan. No mana on the Echo. Echo cannot ult away. It's a double kill for the Ashe. And the Kennen goes golden just for a moment. He's definitely not going to survive that. So, the Monarchs actually stole the Rift Herald on that as well, unfortunately. Zach here doing his best, but that's a losing fight. So now, not only that, but you've also died. So now we're gonna have staggered death timers now for Spring Hill. Badgers just bleeding out towers right now. It's 4 towers to 1, 14-8 scoreline, about a 7,000 gold difference. 2 minutes on Drake, so there's really no objective to get down here. Not really sure why the Kennen's grouped up at this point. There's nothing to get, even if they do get the kill here. And another fight is breaking out in the bot lane. Azir's going to pick up the kill there on the Kennen. The Sejuani is just really tanky. They're not able to shred through it. They don't have the items right now. They're really going to need a Leandries to try to get through that. Spring Hill now desperately wanting to save their base. They don't want to be put all the way, backed up all the way into their inhibs. Side, like all laners for Spring Hill down in CS. This game has just been accelerated too quickly for them to be able to keep up. 70 CS difference in the top lane, 70 in the mid lane, and about 30 in the bot lane. So on top of all the kills, so it's just huge deficit right now they need to overcome. Not sure why Zach was taking the CS there instead of letting Xayah have it. There's the shuffle back. A great Leona ultimate on the back line onto the Xayah, basically preventing her from being able to do anything while the Zag got shuffled back into the rest of the Monarchs. Echo is here. Not a lot gonna happen here. This is Wukong's pushing in the bot lane as well, so this is definitely gonna be at least 2 towers down. Potentially a couple of inhibs. There's the stopwatch from the Sejuani. She is gonna go down, but at what price? The knockup is mid. There's a knockup on the Leona. Xayah's here doing her best to put some damage down, but she is going pretty far ahead, unable to get the feathers in the right place for the root. She does get the trade kill onto the Azir, where Zach goes in onto the Wukong, trying to salvage and save this inhib, but he's just getting shredded by this Wukong. It's going to be 2 inhibs down. And that top tier 3 is just barely hanging on. There's the Kennen ult, Ashe ult coming through. Xayah unable to connect with the feathers there to get the kill on the Wukong. There's a good root there onto... These Draconic gauges are just short. Like the Monarchs are just gonna walk out of this. 8,000 gold difference. So we're gonna I'm gonna mute my mic. We're just gonna let this play out and we'll be right back.
won't be denied.
Coward. May you die with your eyes closed. Playtime's over.
Right.
Oh, that's not nice. seconds until minions spawn.
Vengeance is at hand.
Minions have spawned.
soon fall.
Damn! I need a big deposit. Bring that dick in my catalog.